Hi, everybody. Let's see, is my mic working? It is. Ooh, things did not explode after a week of me not using them. It's good. But hi, hello, hi. I've made it. I was like a minute and a half late, I think. That was me losing track of time. Having conversations and then being like, wait, I gotta change the title. We need a title before stream. But we're back. We're in the base. We're mining. As is our way. Generating a ton of new stone. Which I will be putting into this chest here. Or into this shulker. Alrighty. I'll get something delicious. Ooh, I am slightly tired today. So I actually I got some McDonald's for dinner. So I was really not feeling it. So I had a cheeseburger. I had 2 little McDonald's cheeseburgers. Whoops. Huh. Not sure what that block was. What is through here? Oh, interesting. There's a light there. We will ponder the orb. So we work in this area. We'll put that block back. Hit that one. We are currently tunneling under another structure, obviously, so we're going to find out exactly what spaces we have to work around, what's going on where, and we're going to try to make this work. We are very close to hitting the things above us. This is one of the most cramped spaces I've worked in. So it'll be a challenge. It's gonna be a real challenge. But we love a challenge. We shall dig. We shall continue to dig. Well, we'll see. We'll see when I excavate the whole area. I'm still really not sure what this is going to look like, so... we gotta get there first. But I have been working on some tunnels under my base. Well, I guess they're in my base. It's hard to be under my base, because it actually goes down these diamonds too. My base actually goes down incredibly deep into the ground, so it's really hard to actually be under my base in a meaningful way. Okay. Well, I don't even know where the nearest cat is. Hey Nim, how are you doing? I'll drink some water for your cat redeem. Meow. How are you doing this fine evening? We're gonna need to go get more cobble. We're actually out of cobble deep. You gotta figure out what is the best way to get out of here from where we are. We're in a weird spot. This is probably going to be more accessible at some point, but it is currently weird to get out of here. We gotta run all over the redstone. Which I'm sure our local tech priests are going to be very mad about. But, I am not a card-carrying member of the Cult Mechanicus, so that is not my problem. But as you might imagine, this is not a very professional entrance to where we're working. What we're doing right now, but it's not ideal. Let's tack that on at the end there. Do we have any tiles in here? No. I mean, I can go find a cat. The idea with the cat redeem is generally if you see cat, I will refuse to pick it up. And you can make me pick it up. The only cats in my base that I know of are going to be like the cats from the disc box. But like that's like running over here. Cool. I have now picked up this cat, which I will put back into the chest. Hooray! Do I have any? Oh god, that was a small amount of lag. I don't think I have any, like... We're gonna go to the other. We're gonna go to C, because C will allow us to see in the dark here. Maybe we can spot an accessible spawner. See, I've already been there. It's not like this guy with the hat. But I want to say I've hit most of these spawners in the area. Because I've also been looking for I was originally for a long time looking for other side discs to contribute to the art shop. So I don't actually know where we have any local spawners at this point. Maybe in this area. I don't think I've gotten... See, okay, here's one. We could try to find our way to this place. What is the nearest cave we've even touched here? It's not a lot. We've never touched this area. I've never even managed to get into this, apparently. This must connect. Like, so much of this must connect to my base. Where it even connects, I don't know. As you can see, over here, I've been quite far. And so, like, my brain tells me that surely this must connect somewhere to this other cave system. So, like, maybe when we've been in here, this is kind of like a cool lake. Oh god, the chunks. They are not loaded. I'm pretty confident C is supposed to actually load the chunks, so not sure why that happened, but we're gonna fly back. We're gonna look again with our amazing powers of camera. See, it's loading this time. I've been here. This is like the farthest I've ever been in the caves adjacent to my base. So I wonder if we follow this. Okay, see, this looks like it maybe connects back the direction we want to go. Would that take us? See, now we're into the... Yeah, so that would take us to where we're... Would take us into this area. And then from this area, we could get over to that. That's doable. Pretty close mine from there. Because that's not distance-wise too far, but it is, like, connection-wise quite far. The other place I would think maybe if we keep following this path, maybe this connects somewhere on this side? It might not. This is actually under... Oh, this is like the open water. That's cool. That's such a deep, like, open water trench. It's kind of cool. A lot of diamonds in that area. But so much of this is just water. Which does make sense. We are mostly under the ocean in that area. This is kind of a cool looking cave. I love the verticality of this lush cave here. I think this one might hit the surface, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it does. I've been here, so I know that this goes like a winding surface path. I do not consider this part of my base. There's a spawner there. Yeah, this is all like beyond the edge. I think we mostly terminate in this area. This is like the farthest extent of what I consider my actual base. The very, very far reaches. We've made it there. That's our farthest outpost. So yeah, finding some new cat is going to be a challenge. Perhaps it can be done. I'm very, very sad to report today that you all have missed probably the most exciting thing that was going to happen in Minecraft, which was that somehow this colossal inert machine in my base had a malfunction and teleported our sleep bot inside of it, even though it basically is not working almost all the time. The machine is broken. but somehow it fired for a brief minute after the sleep bot accidentally got teleported here by an ender pearl that was in this little stasis chamber. And the little stasis chamber, the pearl apparently kept its momentum and was just slowly traveling across the water over the last 6 months until it hit the side and fired and teleported the sleep bot over here, which is amazing. Genuinely amazing. Let's grab some more food. And perhaps we will go on an expedition, because that'll be a nice little change of pace from what I've been working on. And then we'll come back and we'll work on some more tunnels, but I could use, close that, a little bit of a break. We watch all of this firing off. This thing is one of my very first attempts at like solo redstone myself. Hence its slightly wonky construction, I think. I assume that redstone, other people could redstone better than this. I've gotten slightly better at redstone since this. So maybe even I could slightly better build one, but for now, it is what it is. Our stone down. Let's leave our red shulker here. Let's leave this shulker here. Oh, and this is another stone one. Okay. Consolidate stone. Oh, it's not even quite the whole shulker yet. Okay, cool. And then, yeah, this is all good. This is fine. We're gonna need more torches. So let's get out of here again. Let's take a different way out, just because it's fun. We actually have a good couple exits to this area. I was talking earlier with Ox about how I think it would be quite fun to do a hide and seek in my base, just in the constructed areas. Because, like, obviously, if you count the caves, I think with the caves it's not quite as fun, only because it's way too much. And so I think with the constructed areas, it could be quite entertaining. Torches and torches. Let's go. Let's just take all these torches. And we will adventure. Let us see if I remember how to even get to the area that we're going. It has been so long since I've expanded and tried to go to a new cave. So we will depart for lands unknown. We'll ride the Evelevator. just for fun on our way. And I believe we shall set off this direction. One day, I will have some cool stuff built down here. That's not today. We have not done that yet. I actually barely ever even go in this direction, which you can tell by the remaining netherrack here. That was the original, like, areas I had walled to stop mobs from coming up from the slower area when I was first trying to claim my base. So here's kind of like my Fortnite-esque attempt to stop mobs from being able to shoot back at me and to get up there. Oh. Alright, Ben, we're on our quest to go try to find a cat to pick up, so I just don't even know how we get to where we're going. We're gonna find out. I don't know where we're... Yeah, I do think it's quite funny. We are on a quest, Ox, to go find a new cat. That looks like a path that might take us where we want to go. Kinda. Maybe. I actually do not remember how to get to these caves. This is truly a labyrinth over here. And I've only ever been here... Oh, I mined into it. Okay, actually, we're gonna go back. This looks much saner. But yeah, so what that is, Vin, is that I have an in-game hatred of the disc cat. Oh, interesting. That connects back there. That's strange. And so that redeem is every time I ever see the disc cat, I refuse to pick it up. So there is a redeem to make me pick up the cat disc. Which I normally refuse to do. And so there is no, unfortunately, Vin, there is no IRL cat. I do not have a cat. I could go find a dog. If that would be acceptable. Some more rockets, because we're going to need rockets. That's the best I could do. Find one dog. I don't think I've ever noticed that that's missing. And hey, what's up, Ghost Boy? How you doing? There isn't a cat. Let's see if I even remember. How does my base work? I believe this is where I want it to go. This looks correct, but I didn't make it high enough to fly in, which is annoying. Yeah, we can fly right here. We got this. But I, like, truly have not been out this way in maybe a year. But like in the really uncharted territory. Oh, that's funny, Ox. And then, you know, if you want, interesting, you could try to get a cat at my creeper farm. Basically, I was explaining, Ox, that there is no IRL cat, unfortunately. I live with some dogs. I could go find a dog. But otherwise, we are on an adventure to try to find a cat to pick up. I have seen one spawner that is within like a reasonable area to my base. We're going to try to go see what's over there. We're adventuring through some new caves. I want to say the charted area ends here. This is the farthest I've ever been in this direction. So we are in uncharted territory now. Oh, there's one torch over there already. Apparently. A couple of torches over here. Yeah, I could do that. Add a pickup dog redeem that makes you find an IRL dog, but the pickup cat redeem stays the same for maximum confusion. Would be great. I'll grab those diamonds. Then I guess we'll take the leap here, because we just need to start going down. Believe this might lead us where we want to go. I don't recall. Perhaps not. Somewhere over here, we did discover a path forward that will take us to where we would like to go. This is obviously, I think, water here, so that's not it. Let's go back to C. C will help us in this moment. Somewhere from these caves, there should be a way to link up. Oh, it's almost from the top. Never mind. Not from the top, but up that way. Up the middle of this. We're jumping. But yes, let me know if... Yeah, the double free cam is funny. We want to go this way. Ow. If chat would like a dog, however, let me know and I can go find a dog. You will also get, like... I actually don't know how much the mic is already just picking it up, but you will get, like, full blast, I think, of Spanish language television. However, if I open my door... Because I think I can hear it already. And I don't know how loud that'll be for everyone if I do that. Okay. Well, let's deal with this. I don't like the look of this. It implies to me that there's a spider spawner in here. And there's the spider. Poison sucks. Here comes another one. Yeah, cave spiders are not a fun mob, in my opinion. It's just kind of an unpleasant time. Spiders are already, like, a little bit annoying. So spiders with poison really didn't improve the spider situation. Anyway, there's still a spider. Lurking and gaming. That's cool, Ghost Boy. Hope it's fun. If you have a chance, love to know what you're playing. Is this the direction we want to go? I believe it is. Spawner we're trying to find was somewhere in this area. There it is. So we gotta get really far down. We gotta see if we can find our way to this big cave. Which would necessitate going through some of this mine. I would tell you, but you might be mad at me. I'm now curious. What would I possibly be mad about? Oh, that's fine. I don't know why I would be mad about that. I actually know a bunch of people now who are playing Diablo. So I know it is... There was a new season recently. I don't really know much about it, but I'm assuming it's fun because I know a handful of people who are actually playing it. Okay. We have achieved the area we wanted to be in. Okay, Diablo 4. Should have stopped seasons ago. Yeah, I don't know, Ghost Boy. I don't think I have, like, bad thoughts about Diablo. Then never played? Sure. Never played 4. Not sure I've ever heard a good thing said about it. Still mad about my girl Leah. Yeah. Diablo 3 really did Leah dirty. I gotta say. Kind of actually trashed your plot. I think Diablo 4 is better in that regard. Oh, okay, we did want to just be back this way. But yeah, I definitely understand that though, Ghost Boy. Sometimes that's all you want. The game to chill out. Was this dead end? That's funny. So now we dig. Try to hit this tunnel over here, which is like diagonally that way. I've never played any Diablo game. My only connection to it is finding a CD copy in the disk drive in an old Power Mac G3. Which is funny. Did you tell anybody in your family, Ox, that you found a copy of the game Diablo? Okay, we actually don't need to go much higher than this. We are pretty much on target. And then, I love Stardew, Leah, but let's be honest, she's just discount Robin. I don't know what literally any of that means. Yeah, I would also have to ask, if you do, report back, Ox, with how offended to be at that statement, because I also don't understand it. I have never played like more than I think an hour of Stardew. It is not the thing my brain wants to be doing. I've also never played... I've actually literally never played any Animal Crossing of any kind at any point. Somewhere we should be hitting this cave, I think. Yep, that looks like it. We're here now. Alright, everybody, be prepared. It's combat time. There it is, it's dead ahead. God, it's a spider spawner. It's combat time. Pop. Alright. So, I'm gonna go an apple. Not a cat, but something. Let's actually put down a shulker for our loot items. Got a lot of string. I guess I was, wow, no cats, actually. That's funny. Knockback 1, that's trash. So much for this loot being no strings attached. Ha 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 ha, he he he. Incredibly funny. I'm very confident that Ghost Boy is simply mad he did not come up with the joke himself. Hmm. This is actually way closer. How did I not notice? No, actually, I was just trying to do it, but Avex, how to ban a moderator? Also, just food for thought, Mojang has been adding new items to old loot tables in recent updates, so we should be leaving some loot chests unopened. Okay. Well, I will pack it in for opening loot chests, then. We will tunnel back to the base this direction. It says 100% mad. I didn't think of it. Hooray, the base. We're back. We immediately have to go down this wrong path to see what's down it, but... Interesting. There's lava down there. That's like a big cave down there. Where is that? Oh, that's after the water pocket there. Interesting. We're not going to go down there, but good to know. Yeah. Not saying you shouldn't go looking for a cat, just that as a general practice, we don't need to be opening every loot chest we come across. Yeah. But I think after the ancient cities, I just legitimately don't have anything else to be even doing with loot chests. I think I can just, like, pack it in. I just have run out of reasons to interact with the thing. So, I'm going to inflict the same mental damage on everyone here that was inflicted upon me. I'm not even sure what this is, but let's... Exposed a URL that immediately got nuked. And then I think Ox has a obliterated bin from the timeline. Who is this Vin person that you're talking about? Yeah, who's Rem? That's exactly the same thought I had. Right, let's put that down. Welcome back from the Shadow Realm, Vin. I have not actually seen enough of ReZero to understand that reference, Vex. I simply am an anime community person, and I have osmosis enough information to understand that reference. But I've never seen it. I just know that, like, Rem gets somehow erased from existence by a whale. My brother is a big ReZero fan, so I love to hit him with that every now and then. Oh, Eve, since you're here, are you going to show the new redstone maintenance tunnels? Speaking of ReZero, I need to harass Nim so we can finish our watch through. Not actually by a whale, but I will not reveal the truth either. Yeah, I don't really know. I know that there is something whale-esque happening in ReZero, and I know Rem is forgotten from the memories. Let's go find a more legitimate way to get in here. But I will... That's actually what we're working on right now. What I was working on before we went on the cat quest. So, let's go back up. And we will go to the area that started this. We now have redstone maintenance tunnels. I was working on this thing on last stream. So this functions now, Ox. I don't think you've been here to see this. But it does actually work. I'm still debating if I want to actually extend the pulse to the 6 block version. I think it might look better with 6. If the pulse was just slightly longer. Let's chug our system. God, that reflection right there is crazy. But I thought this has always been the vision. I think it actually looks fine this way with shaders. But it's only because the shaders allow you to peer deeper through the glass, which is kind of interesting. Oh, is that what that was? That's funny. Anyway. This now works. There's not like a great way to get a good view of it because the island is floating above it, but I finally built the redstone. Yeah, Vex successfully backseated into getting this to work correctly. Ox taught me some of the requisite knowledge, then Vex helped me finish it off. But yeah. Yeah, it does look ever so slightly sick. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. This is, like I said, this was always the vision for what I wanted this to look like. I just didn't know how to do this. But now, I wanted to put a way to access this redstone, because previously, there was just like a missing block with a scaffolding in there. Now, we have this. So now, this wall has a button on it, and it opens. So I had to learn how to make a flush door for this. This is the same piston design that I showed you. So it's doing a thing in here. I don't know if this is a good design. This is me just figuring out how to make this work. So again, there's probably a better way to do this. But it does indeed work. You have suggestions for ways it could be improved. This is my own design, Vex. As I attempted to figure out how to get this to work correctly. This is my own. In that case, I would say that it's quite good. Gotcha. Because one of the problems I had is, so it can't go down. The design has to be entirely, like, above the floor level, and I can't put anything underneath it. Because we're, like, immediately into the other area with the redstone. So I had to design a design that only went above. And this is what I came up with. So I hope it does not look like a total clown fiesta. And it does work. I have not tried, like, spam clicking the button. Maybe that would break it. I actually don't know. But now we can actually come down here and we can access tunnels where our redstone is happening. Which actually I need to fix part of this. Because I forgot that this thing is aged to non-functional. I missed that one. Okay. Says, Mal, my dad went out for fast food and asked if I wanted anything from Arby's. I asked for a 3-piece chicken tender and medium curly fry, which does sound good. I am curious if this is about to go wrong somehow. Oh, excellent. Love that. He just texted and said, I got you a large curly fry so I wouldn't have to feel guilty about eating some. Excellent. Love that. It is based. I agree, Vex. Based dad move. Get you bigger curly fries so that won't feel bad about eating them. My dad would have simply eaten some of my fries and not gotten the bigger one. So, I agree. Based move on the part of your dad. Grab that. And we'll run back there. But anyway, these are the redstone maintenance tunnels that I will now be building throughout the base. They allow us to access the assorted redstone. Which will be helpful for me in the future. If only because every so often I have to run back and I have to look at how I did something to kind of refresh my memory on how something works. I don't consistently do enough redstone, and I sometimes will go back to old projects and look at, like, how did I do that? So this allows me to do that. And yeah, it is the redstone sewers, Vex. So this other passage here will take us out in this room. So we finally, A, have another way to get here, but B, we basically actually have a way to get out of this room if you ever get shut in by this door, because there is currently no way to open this door from this side. The door is basically a one-sided door. And currently, if you get trapped in any of the chambers, there's really nothing to do about this. I'm debating how I would like to add a way out of these, but I don't know what that is yet. Might be like secret hatch somewhere that lets you get out of the floor, but that's kind of difficult because there's some amount of redstone that runs underneath these things as well. So I really am unclear how one is supposed to get out of here. Could maybe do like secret doors out the side somehow. Right, so the category here is a bunch of utility tunnels and also the most ornate tunnel in the whole damn base. Yeah, it does lead to the fanciest place. We will now appreciate. I am really happy with how this room came out. I think there's room for a redstone line there if you want to add buttons in each of the rooms. That's true. That would probably solve the problem. to be able to like send a signal back to the starting area to tell it to let you out. Currently, this thing sending a signal down, firing all this stuff, which is firing off this, it's moving this block around. Oh, yeah, Vex. Has anyone here ever had these bugle snacks? I have had bugles. Actually, every road trip that I've gone on with Ox, we have gotten bugles. It's quite funny. They are, for some reason, a road trip snack. But I got given 2 bags of them at a Christmas thing, and I had never had them before. They're pretty good, though. I agree. Bugles are quite entertaining. Ooh. Thank you, Ox. Thank you for the 5 subs. That's awesome. We are still working on that. I do have emote previews, as I am working on the emotes right now. I'll have to sit down this week and figure out the sub alerts. Perhaps I will actually ask Ox later how those even work, but thank you for the subs. Then let's see who got subs. Some of our regular friends, congratulations on your subs. You do now have the ability to cast the melon. It's very exciting, Vex. And then Ox said, I give less shit for non-flyable tunnels than I do for technically flyable but likely to give you the kinetic energy experience tunnels. I do think that the redstone tunnels perhaps qualify as they're definitely flyable, that they are definitely going to give you kinetic energy problems. This is technically a flyable tunnel, but it's going to be a miserable time to fly because it's so many right turns. Right angle turns. Oh, cast melons. It consumes a few hundred milligrams. Estradiol, and it takes 1 to 2 years, but it works. How very exciting. I am familiar with the process. It does take some time. But yeah, I do believe we can fly through this. We do have the quote bot, Vex, but Ox will have to quote it. Yes, Ox has the power for quotes. Ooh. Ow. Shifted my seat. But yeah, so now we have these tunnels down here. Very excited. I'm pondering the orb on where we have to link up to next. Currently, we're doing this part. That is true. Very true. We are currently linking to this gallery that overlaps with the regular sewer. And then I'm going to... That's going to connect us to this area where we can see the redstone for this door. And I think we'll put another door entrance like here. I will give this a more proper room look. The real ceiling and stuff. And a way to, like, walk across the top here that's not wander onto all of the redstone. So we're working on this area. Not up to code yet, but it will be. I'm tempted to, like, knock out this whole wall here and actually do just, like, a big viewing gallery where you can see most of it, but I don't think that'll really work. So I think even if you did look through here, the view is not interesting on this top portion. The only interesting portion's really what's going on the other side. And then what's going on down below, where it's firing them all and sending the signals up. So I think I'll just do a 2-block path that runs across the top here with, like, rails on each side. And then do a little, like, clean out this side so we can see better. Who knows? We'll figure it out. Nice. Frog Ponder. Interesting. I'd like to really look at that. Let me go really quickly. Over here. We will do that, and we're going to go over here. We're going to go to the art channel. And I'm going to figure out where that just went. All right. We do indeed have an art channel in the Discord. It's supposed to be Frog Ponder, but honestly, it looks like Frog Drunk. I really struggled to see it. I probably agree. Yeah, in the Discord. So, for some reason, I was like, we have a second Twitch channel? That would be incredibly goofy. Quite unnecessary. Look at this button. Do the thing. Wee. So yeah, this is the project for today. So I don't really know what else I would like to be working on. Did not come into this stream with a lot of plans. I don't come to stream with a lot of plans in general. But today, I've been working on this all day. I'm working on this for the last couple days. Just been the fun thing to be doing, so we're gonna keep doing it. This room has existed for a long time, and I have not connected the sewers through here properly, so I'm kind of excited to actually get this connected. it will be very cool. Once we fill, there's going to be water coming out of this center thing. I just want to figure out if I can adjust the design or do a little to it to make it, we might bring those blocks in by one just to compact it a bit. We'll see. Once we got the space cleared, we'll kind of look at what we're working with. A lot of this has just been like free roaming, just trying to like build and kind of figure out, all right, how is this gonna look? And then just making judgment calls from that information. Oops. I do not do a whole ton planning ahead. Where did I put my stone cutter? Oh. Huh. That's a problem. We've lost the stone cutter. Oh, no. I've just hidden it directly behind that block for some reason. But yeah, so anyway, we have a Discord. Exclamation mark. Discord. And, if you are in the Discord, you can look at the Art Share channel for a preview of one of our upcoming emotes. I have so far selected emotes that truly appeal to me as a person. You do get a little bit of a glimpse inside the mind with what I've selected. And yeah, Ghostboy, congrats on the gifted sub. It's very exciting. Okay, well, you have obviously have Ox to thank for that. Who is very cool. We really, obviously, love and appreciate Ox here. I think you are all aware that Ox streams. Good friend of the channel. We've streamed together. Oh, we've hit something right there. Interesting. What is that? I think it's just like a rogue block. Yeah, I'm working on it, Ghostplay. We'll have more emotes briefly. Will be very exciting when we do. I look forward to it. We're going to have 4 emotes that will be like emotes of me, and then we're going to have one that's going to be an emote of Pretzel. That is the current test Pretzel emote. It is not going to be the final Pretzel emote. Oops. Just because we're going to make one that's slightly more readable than that one is. That one gets it's a little too small, a little too detailed in a way that doesn't quite read well for emotes. My brother and artist is making my emotes, and it's a great artist. This is his first time, I think, doing Twitch emotes though, and so he's got to like learn the size. But yeah, the emotes are one of them. That first thing, the like little GG guy, seems to be some kind of default emote. I don't really even know what that is supposed to be, but the other emotes were done by my brother. For any of you who stream, he's available to commission for art. Very exciting. Actually, even if you don't stream, he's just in general available to commission for art. There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Ox, for doing the shout out. I really appreciate it. That is my brother, though, and channel artist, so... yeah, so if you want to see some of his work, or again, if you wanted to see the preview of one of the emotes, I posted it on the Discord. Beep 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 beep. Beep boop. So yeah, this room is going to end up being like a kind of bigger gallery room. It was always intended, hence why it was larger to begin with. And we're working within the space we have because we don't have a lot of space in either direction, really. We don't have space in this direction. We don't have space in that direction. We don't have space in this direction. So we're working with what we got. And if anyone ever bests you in a pizza making competition and you need to commemorate the event, he's your guy. Indeed, he is. Ox is referring to a pizza making competition we did when a couple years back now, and Ox won. So gotta say, for all the other things you all already know that Ox is awesome at, Ox makes award-winning pizza. How fun is that? Stone cutter really should be down here, and not where I've put it. I don't know why I put it there. Go ahead and move that down there, that right there. Let's make some more tiles. Let's split that stack. That doesn't need to be all tiles. Make those, and then let's make a regular wall, or polished deep slate for the rest of it. And then we'll keep digging. See, this is going to be interesting. We've definitely hit a feature above us here that we're going to have to account for in whatever we do in this area. Because there's another layer of sewer that is above us. So far, it's only really visible in this area, which is interesting and is going to make this mildly challenging to work with. But we love that. We love a mild challenge. Yeah. Okay, cool. But yeah, we have this one patch of blocks here, which is kind of annoying. And remember to rest your eyes every so often while streaming. And I guess that's just gaming in general. Let me get some water really quick. Unmuted a second too soon, but we're back. Yeah, take care working directly under the sewer. Once it has water, you need 2 block ceiling to avoid drip particles. I do think that given that it's a sewer above another sewer, the drip particles are actually fine if we end up with them. I actually think that might be kind of cool conceptually in some areas. We'll kind of see how it... First of all, let's see. Yeah. It's actually way thick here. So this is not part of the... It is part of the sewer, but it's actually this light feature underneath. So we're not even going to get water drippage. Yeah, and so we are working on the maintenance tunnel, but in this particular section, this is going to be an open gallery. So like what I'm planning to do is basically let the maintenance tunnels look down into the other sewer. And I do believe that this is going to run like partially. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So we'll see how, once we get farther into this design, we'll figure out more of what it's going to look like. Right now, we're still just clearing the space, getting in the loop here. And then we'll figure out some more of it in a bit. But this is kind of a truly like a free building party here. There's not a good concrete plan of what we're doing. We're just kind of like making it work as we go. And we're gonna find out. We're gonna figure out how this looks. So I do think we want, actually, for this to be right there, we want to hit basically on the center of this part. And so we're kind of building as we go. We are figuring it out. And one day we'll have a completed room. Then we'll have those two there. And there. And I think we'll have our staircase is actually going to be right in this area. So it'll be actually be these, because we always use these for our lower level, like so. And then come up here, we'll find, where did I put all my working blocks? But yeah, it would be very cool to do the waterlogged bottom slabs in the ceilings of the sewers. I really agree with that. We might have to change the bottom, like the sewer design a little bit to accomplish that. I don't think we can make bottom slabs of the piece that is currently the ceiling. Now that I think about that, I don't think we can make slabs of deep slate, can we? So we might have to change this center. It's not even deep slate for any good reason. It's literally just like I just stuck that in there. So we could change it to a different block. And then we could actually do that plan. But I agree. I do think it's a great idea. Yeah, it's just weird. I don't think there are actually deep slate slabs. Well, don't even have to say I don't think. I know that there aren't deep slate slabs. I've worked with deep slate so much, I can tell you. You can make cobbled stuff, but you can't do deep slate. Let's grab another one of these. Let's throw some of our stone. Because we're just building up more and more stone again. Get it out of here. Okay, but also it might be cool if you just used cobbled deep slate for the waterlogged ones and left the others. Obviously those spots would be dark since the water is leaking through them. That's true. We can try it out. We can do like whole patches of it. Because currently our sewers are just water on these bottom areas. But it would be kind of cool to have like dripping water. So I really like the idea. Currently this is one of our other ways out. Which leads us back to this other work-in-progress room. And which leads us to the very outside of the redstone maintenance. Oh, interesting. I forgot to wax that one. Okay. Well, that's good to know that I forgot to do that. I think finding it from this side is not going to be easy. I know where it's got to be. I just don't think you can reach it. I believe it's that one. Whoops. No, it's actually the other one. It is the other one. That's funny. Yeah. Anyway, that's fixed now. But yeah, so I don't know, again, if the vision is coming through more clearly as I get this working. But again, the plan is basically to have the two sets of tunnels, the sewer and the redstone maintenance tunnels, intersect right here. I like this idea because both it makes this kind of an interesting little hub room, but also I want to make it so that if you were to discover one, I like the idea that, say you discover the sewer, it will allow you to discover the redstone maintenance tunnels as well, or the other way around, that if you discover the entrance to the redstone maintenance tunnels, these will teach you that a sewer exists. So I want to kind of make it just so that most of my base is like really interconnected in a way that obviously I don't have a lot of like visitors coming through my base to discover these things, but I like the idea of putting them anyway, just because I think that's really fun. So I will continue to build them in that manner. Even though, like I said, I don't get a lot of foot traffic. There's not a lot of new people wandering around in my base. But one day, if there ever are, it will be a very fun time to watch them discover what's in here. I do think that we might get... we conceptually might get an Acorn tour sometime soon. And if we do get an Acorn tour, I think I will just simply not guide Acorn for a little bit. I would love to just tell Acorn, hey, I would be very curious if you could spend 5 minutes just wandering through the base and seeing what you discover, and I'll come in and I'll give a better tour, that I would love to see precisely what you discover or what paths you go down on your own. Just to kind of see what that looks like. So I think we're going to do this here. I guess, do we think that I should do one more set of stairs here? I don't think I should. I think I should figure out a way to give this a little more interesting of a texture, but I don't think it needs stairs to come one layer in. If anything, maybe I do stairs just to give it one like little crenellated look. Not crenellated, but like a small recess, I guess. Let's try that. Let's create half a stack of these. And we'll put these in. But like to some degree, my base is really meant to be explored in a way that we don't get to see on the server. I have a lot of like weird like nooks and crannies and things. I think that looks nice actually, right? Gives it just a little bit more interest in this section. We'll do something slightly different in the corner. I don't think I want the recess actually in the corner. So we'll try it with the block. Maybe we'll do the chiseled in the corner. But I think doing that looks better. This kind of looks like a continuation of the pillar. But yeah, so if it does Ox, it will be Acorn Realm of the Mad Duck Tour 2.0. Wow, Corner doesn't get recess like the other kids. It must have behaved badly. Yeah. I don't know. What do you think between those? Well, we'll do it on the other corner, because we're definitely going to do the stairs, at the very least. We are committed to that now. I do think it looks good. But I guess we'll do it in both, and I'll ask which one we think looks better once we have both to examine. We'll put that one across this way, like so. And we will ponder the orb. Awful. That's awful. Excellent joke, but terrible. Doesn't matter too much whether it looks good because you aren't going to be staring at it. Haha. Yeah. Do we think it looks better with the recessed corner or not? Yeah, I would love to get the awful down emote one day. I think it honestly actually did look better with the recess. I'm gonna put it back in. Yeah, Ghost Boy, it's pun city here today. You are in good company. Ghost Boy is my other most pun-oriented friend. How many short are we here? Because we got pretty close. It was actually only, what is this, 3 more we needed? Almost. It's all in good pun. It's all in good pun. Knock out these so we can see how much light is created in this room. Okay, I was hiding in my room earlier because my brothers had friends over and I was still sick and not really looking good at all. I also didn't really want to hang with my transphobic brother and sister-in-law. Damn, that sucks. I would do the same, Ox. No one's going to blame you for that. It sucks that your family you deal with that. So my mom texted me, it's safe to come out when they were gone. And I'm sure you can imagine how I responded. Yep. It's gonna be good. Okay. Yay. Excellent. Surely some of these are not waxed. No, they're all waxed. I'm somehow not surprised that she didn't seem amused. It's unfortunate, because it is excellent. Excellent joke. I'm sorry your amazing wit is not appreciated there. But it is appreciated here. You just need some copper. Should have these. No, I actually don't. Okay, we need to break up some of our copper. I wonder if there's more copper at the copper farm. Oh god, here we go. You know, a one Senior Joseph Rooks was running the copper farm. And I'm kind of curious how much copper is there, if there's copper there, if he took all the copper. I need to share another wit which went largely unappreciated, and I don't think I've told you. Okay, I'm ready. Hit me with it. I'm very excited. If you all hadn't gathered, Ox is indeed one of the wittiest people I know. Beep, 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 beep. Yep. Maybe we can do a block ceiling here. We'll see. We'll see what we do, because this could also be redesigned to not take up as much space. It doesn't need to be the way that it is. We could readjust that a little bit. It is just like for this other sewer. Alright. Ox says, I was feeling awful on Christmas night, having a fever and very little energy. So Dad asks if he can help, and I go, not unless you're gonna take my makeup off for me while I just go to bed. Then he says, well, I shaved your brother's face when he got married because he was too nervous to do anything. And I just responded with, see, now it costs me $30,000 for someone to shave my face. Nice. Excellent. We love that. But yeah, it sucks that you were sick on Christmas, though. That's so, like, unfortunate timing. And I know it's like, there's some byproduct of traveling, seeing a bunch of people. Yeet these things in there. We didn't use nearly as many as we made, but we've been putting these up a lot, so we should get through a lot more of them. Apparently I accidentally dug into the wall right there. Pull that back in. Toss our axe. Grab that back. See how far around the room these get us. Whoops. One too far. Then we'll go back to this side. And we will continue to put them in. And then we're going to go 3, then we're going to break those. Whoops, went slightly too far. Okay, maybe we're not going to do that. Unfortunate. I think we're going to have to figure out a symmetrical light setup for this entire room. I think because we are working in this big rectangle, we are going to want to have a more thought out setup. I say hello to your mom. Thank you, or thank her for saying hi. I will say hi back. Hope she's doing well. And I wish your family a happy holiday. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year's, Happy Holidays in general. Alright, we need a ton of bricks. Do I have any bricks pre-created? There's a few bricks there. That's not enough bricks, but it's like some bricks. I have some more bricks in here. Actually, I forgot about this. More? Oh, I had more diorite. That's unfortunate. But let's just make a lot of bricks. Surely this is enough bricks to brick the room up here. This is going to be a lot, so might not be. Just jettison those and put these in. Are you on actually don't know. What time zone is it over there, Ox? Is it 2 ahead from Pacific, or is it 3? I'm not actually sure that I know where the line for Eastern starts. I know some of our friends here are on the very exciting Eastern time zone. All right, we're cutting it real close. We may or may not make this. No, we didn't make it. We were, what is this? 6 times, no, it's 4. How did I get 6? 4 times 6, 12, 14 blocks short. Okay, we are 2 hours ahead. Eastern starts right after Chicago, if I remember correctly. Okay. It's good to know. I think we are going to move this over by 1. We're going to put that there. And we're going to move that there. That one, nope. Did the thing wrong again. That one there. Then we're going to put that one in, that one in, that one in. And we're going to reclaim these 2. We are going to reclaim these 2. We're going to attack these 6 in. And that means now we need 8 more brick wall pieces. We need 8. So we need 8 brick wall, 8 cobbled. So we need these. Or we need 8 brick. These cobbled walls. For our design that we've been doing, so that we can do that. 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 And we can fill in this gap. And we're getting there. This room is slowly getting built. Okay, there is a moment each year where it's the same time in Florida and Oregon. Really? How does that work? So this must be one of the time changes, and it must be the one where jump backwards, because that would mean that the panhandle portion of Florida. Okay, so they're normally 1 hour apart. Okay. Because I've realized other places that the redstone maintenance tunnel needs to get to. I would like to have a redstone maintenance tunnel pop out here at the inner workings of the Evilator. And that's going to be a turbo pain in the ass to do from where we currently are, because we'd either have to bridge this narrow gap here We have to go very low. We can't go too low. Or we'd have to go around, but the longest way. Actually, interesting that there's a small unfilled section right there. Might have to go around this way. There's also more inner workings. Bottom of the Eve elevator. Clearly you need a maintenance Eve elevator to get between them. That's the thing, actually. There is going to be a Eve elevator in here. Actually, I can just take us back. That's what this is. This is going to be a spot for another Eve elevator because we need a way to actually access the upper level of the sewers. Once I start to build this out in here, I would like a way to actually get there. And so I'm thinking of building another Eve elevator in here. Ooh. Hello, Oni. Welcome to the stream by redeeming random Warhammer 40k fact. These will be the only sewers in existence with an elevator. We'll see. We'll see what I end up doing here. I might not put the elevator attached to this. I might make it attached to the sewer itself. I'm a little unclear how I will do that. It could be an elevator. Is it hard to make an elevator that stops on multiple levels? I don't really know how that works. These levels are so close together, too, that I also imagine that's not going to help us. But, yeah. Pokemon, I will now stop really quickly to think. Yeah, I figured that more than 2 levels becomes an exponentially more pain in the ass. Think of a random Warhammer 40k fact. I believe the last random Warhammer 40k fact I gave was that corn is still the most consumed food in the Warhammer universe for humanity. Humanity has simply exported corn across the known galaxy. And if it's not another thing called Grox meat, and it's not corpse starch, it's corn. You have questions about Grox meat or corpse starch, they are levels of concerning. That one of them is really concerning, corpse starch. Yeah, and they're still trying to get their ships to run economically on corn ethanol due to government subsidies. These tunnels we're in right now are actually a little inspired by Warhammer. And I kind of want to build... I'm thinking of building these areas out a little bit more to look like shrines. Because in the Warhammer universe, there are a lot of these maintenance tunnels that lead to technology, and the tech priests, they kind of wander through the tunnels, slowly doing prayers, putting incense, chanting, and hoping that the contraptions and machinery just do not fail. Tech Priest is indeed an actual job you can have, Ox. I don't think you would want it. We're going to go really quickly to the desktop. And we're going to pull over a tab of our multi-MC. Go to Google. And we'll see what comes up when we Google the tech priests. You see this image all the time. Oh, it's incredibly tiny, tiny pixels. I know one of the settings will make it bigger, but yeah, there's a whole faction. It's one of their minis. These guys are the tech priests. They are humans, for sure. Let's see. They are human. They just do all this additional technologying to their bodies because the flesh is weak and steel is strong. Here's one of the minis. So yeah, these guys basically make sure that everything stays running. Oni says, I'm over here upset with corn again. I am not allergic to it, but I still don't digest it great. That's unfortunate. I'm so sorry that that's the case. Control scroll to zoom, and that's one of the few grains that hasn't totally betrayed you. The leader. Yeah, that one's pretty good. Let's see if I can spell this name right. No, it's that way I want to say. If I spelled this? No, I did not spell it. Where did I get this wrong? Oh, it's not, there's no U in it. This guy is currently the most plot important tech priest in the Warhammer setting. Ooh, we're actually on the official website. You could buy his model or his mini for $65. The Archmagos Belisarius Call, who's kind of got like a centaur-y thing going on here. You bought the minis, you get them in this, and you have to do all the work. You have to assemble and paint them yourself, which has not been my preferred choice of thing I wanted to do with my time. But yeah, the tech priests, basically, their society developed because they were trapped on Mars during what was called the Long Night. And Mars had a lot of just basically underground colony stuff. And the tech priests were basically just the people who worked and made sure that like the life support and everything continued to function. And then slowly this became like a weird religion centered around this. And eventually they were priests instead of just the tech maintenance people, and it developed into a whole cult. Nice one, Ghost Boy. To be fair, I've never actually found corn. Amazing. Haha, hee hee. Excellent. They love that one. For many years, I lived in the Maze KS School District. That's fun. Okay, so how would we light this fiasco? That's the problem. Oops. Because if I want to symmetrically light this thing, I could put a triple light in the center, a triple light in the center, then I can't do light in the center here. I would have to do off-center light, off-center light, off-center, off-center. I could try to light it from just the middle, which might work. Let's see, does it stay lit? It does actually light that way, which is interesting. We could torch spam. I don't think I want to do that. I'm here to be a bad influence. Understood, understood. We could indeed torch spam. It would be an unhinged thing to do. So I'm thinking, so I don't know if I want to copy what the floor lights that I've done here. I would like to include them because I want to keep the design language similar. But really part of the problem is that this tunnel has not come in. Well, the big problem is that I decided to make the tunnel too wide. So there was no way for it to hit at the center of the room regardless, because it's an even number. I could have tried to get closer, but there just wasn't like much of a point, in my opinion. So I went with this. Now we are going to figure out how to light this. So we could ditch the elevator idea, which would free one of the corners. And we could move this to this one instead of the one it's on right now. Wait, how are the columns below on a one-block center then? Because the room is odd numbered, Ox. The room is odd number. The tunnel is even numbered. So this is the center of the room right here. As you can see, it lines up with the center of this thing too. So this is centered. The problem is that this tunnel is 2 blocks instead of 3 blocks. So it can never be centered in a meaningful way. I could have moved it over by 1 if I wanted to, I suppose. And then it would have hit the center block, but it would not be centered anyway. Oh, why'd you have to go and say it? Now I have to unfollow. Which part exactly? I'm just a little curious as you go on the way out. What part of that was the thing I should not have said? So I can correct myself for the future. Oh, you hadn't noticed that the tunnel was off-center? Yeah, but again, if you would have thought about the fact that the tunnel is too wide, and I build all my rooms on odd numbers, you would have figured it out. You would have just, like, I wouldn't have pointed it out to you, but you would have known eventually. And there's nothing I could do to hide that fact. The best I could do is make it line up with one of the 4 sections, so that on the bottom level, at least you would like look at it and think, oh, it's lined up with one of these sets. Those are clearly all the same. They're not. The middle ones are shorter. Only the big ones on the ends are wide. So I could redesign the redstone maintenance tunnels to be 3 wide that I kind of didn't want to do that, if only because I wanted this to be like a small, like almost sort of claustrophobic. This is about as claustrophobic of a tunnel as I would build at any point. But I want it to be like, again, narrow maintenance tunnels. I don't want this to be another big grand boulevard through the base. Same thing with why this is kind of like, this is actually wide, but the area in which you can navigate is quite small. Honestly, you really handled the 2-block tunnel in a weirdly satisfying way. Oh, interesting. I'm curious what part of that you find weirdly satisfying. I worked hard on trying to get this to be a design I was happy with, and so I'm curious what part you've enjoyed about it. What has stood out to you? Because I did a lot of work. This is a lot of iteration to get this to look in a way that I was satisfied with. Oh, it's off-center, but just intentionally enough. Yeah, one of my original ideas was actually not to even have this level that we're standing on, but it was going to be to do a bridge that just went across directly from the tunnel. Then I decided I liked the idea of the gallery a little more because I was going to have more offshoots I wanted to do. Potentially other places you could go through this. This is going to be a cactus farm in this area. And so I might do like a little branch back path to the cactus farm. We'll see. I don't think it needs one here because there's an entrance that's so close to the front of that anyway. But it could be a thing I do. I might do a branch tunnel to the cursed machine. Like I could do one that goes to here. That actually would be really easy to get to. I haven't noticed this. So we apparently need to fill. Interesting. But we could do a tunnel that shoots off to go to that area. This works. This is a good machine. Eve said this maintenance tunnel needs a roundabout. Yep. Did you, Ox, were you paying attention for the adventures of earlier of the Sleepy fiasco? Were you reading that as it unfolded? Because that was one of the funniest things that's happened in a while. Oh, I read it after the fact. Okay. That was such a good laugh. But this is one of the good machines. That takes us to the bad machine, which has stopped working again. If it were working, it would be very loud, and you would hear it just making like a clunk noise constantly, as I believe it would be flipping. I don't know what part of it is making that noise. Oh, it's when it's moving these doors, I believe. It should constantly be moving the doors, if I'm not mistaken. And so it's always making like a metallic clanking noise. Or it's the trapdoors. Some of these doors are always moving. And so when the machine is functioning, it is quite loud. And for some reason, after it teleported Sleepy, because it teleported Sleepy into this water column here, but once it teleported Sleepy into this water column, it actually started working again. The whole machine fired up for some reason, and I cannot fathom why that was the case. But something about that jump-started the whole machine. Briefly, for like a minute or two, it was functional again. And then it turned off. Okay. Oh, Eve, I know how to solve your elevator problem. Okay, I'm curious. That was down this way. So I do think that for one, we're going to commit. We're definitely going to move the... I wanted to do it here because this is the first of these, but I think it'll be better to do it off of one of these, particularly because it almost lines up. We could almost do the other one off the same exact spot. Oh, hello, friends. Hi, Misty. Hi, everybody. It's good to see you. It's been so long. I know we haven't talked in forever, and not like 2 hours and 20 minutes ago. But welcome, Misty. Welcome to the stream. If you do need to raid and run, I understand. You guys have been having a great time over there. I was watching a decent amount of the Halcyon Heights stream weekend, and they've been doing like chain streams all weekend. Halcyon Heights being the server that our friend Misty Joy 11 and Griffin Prime both play on. And yeah, they were doing a stream weekend. They were doing the baton passing. It's very exciting. I got to ride along for quite a lot of it. I lurked through like the evening portion when I went to sleep. And it was a lot of fun. So it is great to see you all again. Yeah, 50 plus hours of Halcyonites. It's incredibly cool. Welcome to the Eve is digging tunnels again. We have been building these tunnels underneath my base. In my base. It's always hard to decide if it's underneath, if it's in. I thought this thing was very cool, but check it out. It's fun. Let me do a quick fly through of my base for those people who are new and have never seen it before. I was excited to see you live to bring Ahi love over here. I was also surprised to find out how emotional ending a stream weekend would be, but we did get the snow globe finished. That's exciting. Yeah, Misty was building... I was at Misty's stream earlier before I had to... before I really... I was almost late to my stream, Misty, because I was chatting in your chat, and then I was like, oh, I'm supposed to start streaming in like 5 minutes. I gotta go, actually. And so I had to come over here and mash together a title and get my stream ready. But Misty was working on a snow globe last I saw, and I'm glad it got finished. That's really cool. I'll have to check it out sometime. Hopefully, I could see it. But I was also surprised to find out how emotional ending a stream weekend would be. Gotcha. I actually didn't realize that you had the last slot of the stream weekend. That's really cool. I hope it was the good emotional. Getting to cap off the whole affair. That's really cool, though. You ended up with 3 time slots, I believe, over the course of it, and I think they were all 3 hours. The details need to be improved, but we got it built. Yeah, which I think it matters a lot. I think getting things built is actually always the most important part, because you can continue to work on stuff. Oh, where's the button? There's the button. since we're here, and since some new friends have arrived, I'm going to start up this machine because it's just my favorite thing in the base, and if I can show off only one thing, it will always be this melon with this lever. Gotta actually go in here. I always forget this. To turn off the game music while we run this. This is our very musical melon. The melon machine, actually. And I'm glad it was the good emotional Misty. That's really fun. But let me get back to these. Thank you for the follow. Catastrophe Black, I appreciate it. And hi again to Elad, Catastrophe, and Elanetti, who I've seen varyingly over the stream weekend. It's good to see you all. I do need to run because Itzy and I will be on the road in like 7 hours. Ooh, get some sleep then. I hope you have a great time. I think I gathered slightly that you will be going on some sort of vacation, and I hope you enjoy it. Have a great night. Thank you for bringing the raid. We really appreciate that. And I hope you have a fun time with wherever you're going. And you get some sleep in 7 hours. But yeah, safe travels, Misty and Itzy. Safe travels to both of you. I agree with the sentiment. But I love this machine. All it does is it plays that song. It is definitely this giant note block contraption underneath the greenhouse. So it's a double layer note block machine to play that song. And we'll go back here, turn music back on. I think we were like 60. But yeah. For anyone that is new and tuning in here, welcome to my base. It is a big underground fiesta that we call the Melon Pit. I have a very melon-themed base. We are currently working on some redstone maintenance tunnels that allow you to travel through the underground portions from redstone contraption to redstone contraption, which is mostly doors. I've mostly built redstone doors. I'm being real with you all. We have a cool sewer system. If I just free cam into the walls, you'll actually see that, like, there are things built all over the place. This thing is a labyrinth. My base is quite large. I have just sections all over. A lot of different things going on. A lot of construction going on at all points. We got a couple of houses. We got the farms. Got this big, almost to bedrock dig spot. This thing is like 3 labyrinths all kind of built in the same spot. Yeah, it is, because if I like dive down to the mining areas, this is big labyrinth energy down here. Good luck finding like the way through all of this. I have this big area that I've dug out here where we're going to be building more things. Is not a small project. This was what we've been previously working on other streams. And yeah, got a lot I'm working on. It's quite a fun place. Thank you all for dropping by. All right, so back to deciding about where we're going to put this door. The other place we can put this door would be right here. That correct? Yeah. That would be the other spot. So let's look. Would it bother you, Ox, if there's a second door that's another one offset from the other door? How does your brain read that as you come out? It's kind of goofy, in my opinion, that the next one would be one more offset from this one. Maybe I'm just in a mood to rebel against my OCD, but I'll allow it. Yeah, because the problem is the when they hit this thing, wherever they hit, they have to cross here. This 4 wide section is just wide enough to allow us to properly cross, because up here, what we're going to do is we're going to do these, then we're going to do this, and it's going to let us walk across the top of this in an intentional manner. And so the problem being that I can't do it one over because that's redstone. And so it has to be ever so mildly odd. A lot of the redstone tunnels are like ever so mildly odd. Where did I keep any tiles, or did I actually use up all my tiles? So we'll make some stairs out of our tiles here. Do you think, Ox, within redstone, a lot of the redstone tunnels are odd? All of the redstone tunnels even? Ha! You're not wrong. They are all technically even. What was I going to ask, though? I was going to ask, is most redstone concerned with being like so redstone, I know a lot of redstone designers are trying for some degree of what they would consider elegance in their designs. Some people are obviously just like, I'm just trying to cobble together a functional machine. Who gives a damn what it looks like? And other people are like, I want to flex my redstone skills, and I will do this by crafting a device that is incredibly elegant to look at. And so I guess I'm curious how much you think that that little bit of like what I would call maybe flexing is like important to redstone culture, of trying to make things not only like excellently functional, but also because they're not trying to be aesthetic, I think, in a way that appeals to aesthetic builders, but I do think that they are trying to be aesthetic in a way that appeals to redstone people. Maybe they don't want to acknowledge that most of the time. So I think it's only flexing to the extent that it's flexing for you to try to make a build look nice in a way that's satisfying to you. I think you underestimate how internal that drive is. Gotcha. Yeah, and I could be there. Just not giving that proper credit. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Beep, boop, beep. So now I gotta decide. I think I do want to just do the rails on this part. I've been keeping the white, the diorite, and I don't think I want to do that here, because if I do the diorite across, I think it blocks view in a way that isn't as fun as if we just go down here and we snag our copper bars. If we just put our copper bars across, we need a little bit more. Not that many more, but... Okay, we want our redstone builds to be beautiful simply because it's painful for us to have to look at a redstone design that we could just feel, that we just feel like could be better. Yeah, gotcha. But yeah, so my thought here was to do this, basically, so that when you come across, you'll be able to look out at the door mechanisms as you go by, and then resume a tunnel on the other side of this. And so that's why I needed it to intersect with the specific portion of the tunnel that it does intersect with. So we could cross the top of it like that. Which means we will break those right there and fetch our other ones. But I understand, I gotcha. Let's clean up this. We won't be using it here. Whoops, misclick the torches, put those in. Pick up all our loose blocks. This way we can stop having to hop directly on the redstone every time we come through that area. I'm always like mildly worried that I'm gonna right-click while we're doing that and like click on something. We'll put that there. And we'll look here. This is gonna be stairs. Oh, but those are incorrect now that I look at it. That should actually be stairs, but stairs facing... Oh no. Okay, never mind. That's what's happened here. So that was correct. And the reason it looks that way is because this room, by the logic of the previous redstone tunnels, should have a lining of stairs. Let's see if we can do this, because linking these is occasionally weird. That should be like that, and those should be like that. Then this will go around this entire room. So... And yeah, I think that will look correctly. So, on the other side... Okay, that nagging feeling of I really shouldn't need two redstone lines here there, and it feels so redundant and messy, but I can't figure out how to build it with just one, is awful. I gotcha. And I think maybe because I do not have, like, the skill required. No, that's not right. Because I don't quite have the skill required to do that. Is that how that works? Yeah, they're just kind of cramped. That is kind of the idea here. The mildly claustrophobic tunnel. It is we cramping. We are mildly doing a thing. That looks incorrect. Because now we actually cannot traverse this tunnel. So something is slightly different in our other one. Oh, it's that... What is slightly different here? Oh, it just goes directly, so there's not this step here. Interesting. Okay, so it's the bottom is the different part. I got there too, Ox. You caught it, I think, either as I caught it or slightly ahead of me, but I got there. So it's that this is what's happening. We'll fix this in a jiffy. Whoops. Like that. And this one goes there. That one becomes these. That helps here, because that changes. That changes. So that's now here. That's now there. One changes. These ones become here. So then that becomes brick. That becomes brick. And I believe it should work correctly now. So now we should be able to do that. Do that. And it would work, right? I do think we will just go ahead and put... How did we do this? So the bottom is a slightly different design. Because the bottom got weird again. Everything about this is like ever so slightly strange. So... Staircases are hard. One of the problems, and I'm sure that this is every Minecraft builder has had to deal with this at some point or another, that oftentimes staircases, you can't make a satisfying ceiling that follows any kind of pattern from a ceiling that was above it. Because the way that they just immediately break anything you'd previously been doing. And you're just like, no, the tiered stepping down, it's ruining my patterns. And then you scream a little internally, maybe a little externally. So then I believe we go into that. Because what I've learned, unfortunately, is that there is no way for us to link these stairs. So if I do this, let's do the thing I've been struggling with, and I don't think you can save me from this, Ox, but I would love it if you could. So if I have two stairs like that, right, and I put this stair here, it links like that, correct? But do you already know what's going to happen when I put the stair here? Have you ever done this exact formation of stairs on a ceiling before? Actually, can you even see that? Let me put a torch down, because I'm looking over at the stream and it's quite dark. So, have you ever put a ceiling formation of stairs in exactly this? Putting a stair to the left first temporarily should help. Okay, let's try that. So we put a stair here. Like that. So I think this is still gonna break in exactly the way that I think it's going to break. I think as soon as I put this stair in, this is going to form a single line. We'll find out. Maybe this stair is the secret. Nope. It is not the secret. I have not been able to figure out a way to stop the two stairs from doing that. There's no... Or no, maybe this'll work. Oh, this should work, actually. No. Okay, aim into the corner if you can. Which corner, Vin? This corner? I'm not sure what corner we're imagining. Because as far as I can tell, there's just no way to do the thing I'd want. The way that I actually can think of to do this would be if I was allowed to keep these stairs in, I could do it that way. The problem is going to be that the second I remove this stair, this is going to flip back to being the other way. So that's not going to work. Unless I allowed this to go into the wall intentionally. But so I don't think there's a way to do this in the way that I want it to work. Because this one doesn't require that. But this one would require that one to keep its shape. I've been staring at this exact problem forever, and I haven't been able to solve it, and so instead I simply decided, well, I guess I just gotta warp the whole design, and I gotta do this instead of what I wanted to do. And we gotta work within the limitations of Minecraft. It's really tragic for us, but that's just how it's gotta be. But I think here, what we might do... Okay. Stair states do, in fact, suck. But Eve, I think you missed another off one. Eve is saying that the challenges of stairs are nearly enough to bring her to tears. Okay, I did miss that pun. I did indeed miss that one. It's pretty good. Right. Now, we'll do a couple of these. We'll do a couple of those. And we'll see how this looks. How am I failing that jump? That was strange. Now, I think what we're going to do here is we're going to I don't want to recreate the tunnel. So I kind of think that I want to do something like that. And then maybe just transition to just having a simple, whoops, simple roof like that across the top here. I think I want this to be open. So I'm thinking of doing, should probably just move the stonecutter again at this point, since we're working where we are. And we will just grab a supply of cobbled. They will allow us to continue to work on this. And so I think we'll put that down here, and we will do, we need 4 of these to then break this section and to put these in, like so. Oh god. Cutting them stones. We are indeed cutting the stones. Extend this out because we do just keep falling off. New Orky just dropped. That's kind of cursed. Fox is really queen of the cursed puns sometimes, so get ready for that, chat. It's quite excellent, but be prepared if you are new for some incredibly cursed orchiectomy related puns. Yeah, I like this because it speaks to the design we've previously used, but what's it called? It speaks to the design, changes it up, and it gives us this cool open viewing section, which I'm very excited about. I will be right back. Oh, we've dropped the orchiectomy date button. Let's click on it. For those of you who perhaps could use a tool to calculate what percentage of your life before you had an orchiectomy, this is the link. I think this is probably a niche thing that many people do not need. Yeah, it does exist, Nim. But I will be right back, though. I'm going to run to the bathroom, stretch a little bit. You all need to take a moment for yourselves. Now is the time. And I will see you back here. Mind the wall chicken, please. It needs a lot of constant monitoring. And hopefully it stays safe. I'll be right back, though. Alrighty, I'm back. I see we're still re-zeroing. I'm no anime knower, but I feel like you have to watch Zero before you can watch ReZero. Actually, Ox, I think you have to watch Fate Stay. Or Fate Zero. Whatever it's called before you can watch ReZero. I think that's the watch order. Oops. But yeah. Hopefully y'all can figure out. I want to watch the Fate series, but I have no clue how the timeline works. I cannot help you on that one, Vin, because I don't know either, but I do not want to watch the Fate series, so... do not count me in for that watch-along. I will be very excited for our continued adventure of playing Space Marine 2, but I will sit out these ReZero and Fate discussions. Finn, do you remember what part we were even at? I remember they were in the woods with Tiger Twink. Okay, that's slightly more clear. We'll do season 2 then. So was this actually then just... so, Nim, you've seen ReZero then, and you were just showing Vin ReZero? That's kind of what I'm gathering was happening here. We're not... are we getting those? I don't want to get those. That's annoying that they fell in there. Blink, blink, blink. Collecting. It's like a couple of stone. We do need a light here, though. That's something to figure out as we build that room. Okay, so now... I gotta go back here really quickly to some time ago. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Many messages ago now. I think we got the raid might be what happened. And I missed this message from Ox. Ooh, Eve, I know how to solve your elevator problem. Piston feed tape paternoster. Is that the elevators that never stop? Okay. Ghostboy message while I was gone. Or no, I think after I came back, but wanted to like ReZero or Zero and ReZero, but their plots really didn't add up. Oh, and that's exciting though, Vin. I hope it's gonna be a good move to a new, better place. Nim says I've seen ReZero like 3 times and read the book like 5. Gotcha. No guarantees when internet at the new place yet. You can use bottom and top trapdoor to create space large enough to fit it. Interesting. I'll have to maybe mock that up at some point. Not going to do that right now. Because we're really in it here. We've mostly got this working, I think, pretty well. But now we kind of got to figure out our ceiling problems here, because we have this thing, which I do think we can work with. I think the actual trick here is that we're going to replace these all with slabs. I think that'll actually totally solve this problem. Because we're going to do stairs, like so, and then we can fill the middle with slabs. And if we do that, and we turn these into slabs, they will actually just blend in with the rest of the ceiling on their own. And I think that will be the way that we disguise what's happening here. And I think that'll be perfect, actually. So we'll give it a try here. Ding, 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 ding. But anyway, I have never attempted to get into ReZero. At the time that ReZero came out, I was not really in the market for isekai, and the ReZero fan base is a little bit strange sometimes. I don't know if that's a particularly controversial thing to say, or if the ReZero fan base is also like, no, there's weird parts of our fan base. So I know that that happens sometimes. Warhammer fan base is like that. There are parts of the Warhammer fan base that I think a lot of the rest of the Warhammer fans look at and are like, yeah, there's some odd stuff going on there. Yeah, as you said, Vin, there are weird parts of every fan base. Do. Still had stairs. Okay, we'll continue putting our stairs in. Do. That's pretty close. We had 6 extra stairs. I'm sure we'll use somewhere. Yeah, so this might end up being a room that we just completely cover with slabs. Unclear. But yeah, the Warhammer fan base is an interesting place. I think Warhammer fans will have seen... Surely we'll have at some point seen a meme about either Black Templar or Death Corps of Krieg fans. Because I think both of those factions have some interesting fan bases on occasion. and I have seen many a meme to the effect of Black Templar fans are really not beating the allegations, and then it'll post some incredibly insane thing. Black Templar and Sororitas fans are where I see a lot of weirdos. I actually can't even say that I've seen a lot of Sororitas, like, fans in general. But Gotchivin, and not like the lovable kind of weirdos. Since Eve is a fan of me, and this is her base, technically she's building an Ox fan base right now. It's pretty good. Excellent. We love that. Yeah. I have seen some very concerning posts from the Black Templar community. I'm sure that is not representative of the group in general. I'm very curious. I'm not super familiar with it, Vin. And I don't know that you're particularly familiar with it at all, but have you ever seen much of what's going on? How are the Trench Crusade people doing? Do you ever look at anything Trench Crusade related? Or have you just stuck entirely to Warhammer and you're like, Trench Crusade can do whatever Trench Crusade is doing over there? I've never really looked into Trench Crusade, but I know a lot of Warhammer content creators like Trench Crusade. Right, so I'm tempted to try to do... Dunno, but the minis look sick. All I know is it's World War I, but Hell Invasion. Yeah. Vex is our Trench Crusade person. He usually doesn't make it to the World Eater stage, though. Damn. The shots are fired right there. Hilarious. Vex is our lovable trenching enthusiast. That's funny. I know a guy whose favorite factions are Night Lords and World Eaters, and it's as bad as you think. Gotcha. Yeah, I suppose there must be... Of course, World Eaters are a Warhammer faction. Why wouldn't they be? Yep. Ox, frankly, why wouldn't they be? The World Eaters are a faction of Chaos Space Marines, and they are kind of tragic. They have a tragic backstory going on, where their Primarch kind of bad at his job. Yeah, angry blood for the Blood God types. Believable, understandable. Their Primarch was not given a good time. Planet he landed on, they put like some old archaeotech in his brain that made it so he could only be angry all the time. Angry Ronald was almost as terrible a father as the Emperor. Yeah, So Angron, his name was Angron. You'll never guess that his shtick is that he's angry. But they basically like shoved a thing into his head called the Butcher's Nails. They made it. I can't remember if they made it so that he either can only feel anger or if he feels incredible pain feeling things that are not anger. I don't remember exactly because I've never looked into the World Eaters. They are not a faction that I care about. But basically it messed him up pretty bad, and then the Emperor came as he was, and so he was like on a gladiator planet, and he led like a slave revolt. But they were losing. His slave army was like, they were losing, and they'd been like pushed back to their like final stronghold on some mountaintop, and they were all getting ready to like die the next day, like go out in a blaze of glory. And then the Emperor like shows up and he's like, "Hello, Angron, I would like to take you away to my space crusade." And Angron's like, "Nah, dog, I want to stay and die with all my homies. These are the people I actually like, and I'd like to stay with them. You can bugger off, get out of here." And the Emperor basically was like, "Okay," and he left, and then he teleported Angron onto his ship, like, as the battle was, like, commencing, or whatever, or he's just, like, in the middle of the night. I don't remember. Again, I've never read this myself firsthand. Either way, the Emperor teleports him away, all of his buddies die, and Angron is, like, rightfully pissed. He's rightfully incredibly angry with the Emperor, who, like, could have simply, instead of teleporting Angron out, the Emperor could have simply sent, like, any amount of Astartes down to help Angron win instead. Like, Vin said the same thing here. All Biggie had to do was give Angie Boy some Astartes. All he had to do was send, like, some not even significant number of Astartes down to the planet to help Angron, and, like, we could have avoided this problem. And instead, he teleports Angron up to his ship and lets all of his, like, comrades in arms die instead. And rightfully, Angron hates the Emperor. And Angron also hates his legion of space marines that he's given afterwards. Like, why would he like them? Why would he like anything? Let me catch up on some of this. He can only feel calm / peaceful / happy if he's committing acts of horrific violence. Okay, gotcha. Wasn't there some guy who had something put in his brain so he could only be happy if he was killing, or am I making that up? Nope, that was Angron. You got it right. Excellent job, Ox. You remember things. Yeah, Astartes nuts. Excellent. I'm what you might call compensating, in that I have to make way more nut jokes now that I have none. Excellent. Trying to visualize, while we're talking about this and I'm running around, I'm trying to visualize what I want to do in the center here. I don't know if I want to, I think I want to raise the ceiling in the center again, but I'm debating if I should do it again symmetrically here, which would require me to shave off one row, which I think is what I should do. It's to knock that down there. And then do it on the other side, because I think if I do it here, it doesn't actually make a difference. I think I only needed to cover center. I think that works still. And then I think when we get in here, we can take those out and replace them with stairs. Jealous. Not gonna lie. I mean, of all the feminizing surgeries, Orchia is by far the easiest to get and to recover from. So if you don't want to have nuts, you don't have to. I will also support this The orchiectomy is, in fact, quite simple. I mean, you're gonna have way more of an annoying time just getting it all set up. Not because, like, not even if anyone's gonna try to stop you, but just because coordinating is kind of a bitch. And I had the most trouble with simply just, like, getting communication from my doctors and getting everything done on time. The process of actually doing it, easy. The process of getting my surgeon to communicate shit with me, not as easy as I would have liked. But I got it done as well, and it's nice. Was pretty easy. Surgery, the recovery, quite easy. For anyone considering an orchiectomy or gender-affirming care, I can confirm your recovery time will be pretty minimal, pain pretty minimal. Can I do this? Yes, I can. That one got stuck right there. And yeah, 10 out of 10. Would recommend. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, 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 bing. Ghostbusters, to be fair, they are overrated. Yeah. You know, since getting the orchiectomy, it hasn't really occurred to me to think about until this moment right now. But I wonder how noticeably different it feels to get hit in the area that was formerly the balls when you no longer have them. This has not happened to me since getting the orchiectomy, and so I've like truly never contemplated it until this moment. But like getting hit in the nuts was a terrible time. Miserable experience. 0 out of 10. Do not recommend. I'm sure everyone who has or has had nuts can confirm miserable experience. Do not enjoy. Okay, we're getting into the weird zone here. Yeah, okay. What I find is that there are tiny spots where the sort of nerve pain can be triggered, but it's way less likely to happen now, if that makes sense. For the sake of our friendship, I hope you do not find out this answer. Yeah, I hope to not find out the answer either. I will trust Ox on this and simply continue to hope it does not happen again. Whee! Whoops. But yeah, for anyone who is listening in, who is new around here, this is going to shock, I know, I am transgender, and we do a fair amount of talking on this stream about assorted trans-related things. Because I, and some of my other friends here who are also trans, would love to share information. Because I know when I was young, I was not given much of an education, anything related to LGBTQ issues. and things of that nature. I was quite discouraged from ever talking about stuff like that, looking up anything, knowing anything. And so I lived a quite long portion of my life just trying to get by, live out the life that I was supposed to as a guy, and just try to make the best of it. And that obviously did not work. I was miserable all the time. And ultimately, I decided to transition, which was a great choice for me. It has really improved my life. And so now I talk about it whenever I can, just to give people more info, to help out, and to hope that my experiences can inform or really help anyone else out who could use that. So we will make jokes, we will share info. It's a great time. From everything I know about the sorted members of the Halcyon Heights server, I'm very confident that you are a lot of other LGBTQ or LGBTQ supportive people. So I think we will not really have anything new and interesting to tell you, but appreciate our friends from what seems to be another pretty diverse and accepting community. It's been very cool to get to follow the different people from the Halcyon Heights server who I met, I believe, through an Ox raid into Griffin's stream at a recommendation from Joseph Rooks. This is my chain of how I came to know anything about Halcyon and to slowly meet people from that community. And then, like, I think by virtue of, like, knowing Joseph Rooks, that's how I've met, like, a lot of people that I've known, because, like, it's funny how much, like, all of the people that I watch are, like, in some level, like, the streamers I watch the most are probably like Acorn Bandit and Hot Dish, and these are all like names that I think a lot of people they're not from Halcyon Heights, but I think that a lot of people from Halcyon Heights will be maybe some level aware of. I've seen either a lot of you chatting around in those other communities, and it's quite funny. And like for me, the bridge to that, yeah, there's a lot of 8-bit and Hahi overlap. So yeah. And so, you know, I've seen a lot of you at varying points in a lot of different chats that I've been in. Congratulations, me, for falling off exactly the same place. Oh, and of course that's the one that won't attach. Cool. Yeah, I agree. Catastrophe Black, they're both fantastic communities. A lot of cool people. As my friend Ghostboy here would say, they're cool people. And I am very confident vouching for the fact that the people in both these communities are cool people. Ooh, we can get this. Oh god, we'll continue to fall off of this quite a lot as we get this done here. But yeah. but then, like, I have recently been, like, active in the chat of Misty Joy 11 more, and comically a Halcyon Heights member who I met through the Hot Dish raiding my channel. So it was like, oh, okay. And I'm sure that I'd, like, been in chat, in Griffin's chat before with Misty, but then just never, like, actually, like, directly spoken or connected at all. And so it's just funny how that community is being very intertwined. It's led to some fun connections and meeting new people. It's always pretty great. So I am thinking that I have to, on this, I'm going to have to push these light blocks in by one. I can't make that. I think that ultimately they do need to be pushed in. So we're going to do that. Altering the previous design here a little bit. But we also didn't know when we built this that we'd be building a whole nother... Oh no, I guess we kind of knew that we'd be building a room down here, but we didn't know exactly how it was going to extend, and now we're actually doing it, and it is necessitating some changes to what we had previously done. Uh-oh. The dogs, they've heard something. It's howling a clock. I brace yourselves, chat. This, I'm sure the microphone will pick up. I'm going to actually step away for a moment to solve this, because I'll go see... As soon as I, like, go say something to them, like, what are you guys barking at? They'll stop. And so I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Alright, I gotta ask, Ghost Boy, are you here? And Vin, if you're still around at all. You all were, when Cat was redeemed, I didn't have a cat, but I do have a dog now. I have collected one dog that I can now show you. So this is Daisy. She is a very silly dog. She's gonna remain, like, frozen as I hold her. She's like the most, like, when you pick her up, she's like, I am okay with this, and I will now never move. It's a very, very silly dog. She loves to bark and howl at any little noise. But she is head empty. There are no thoughts in this head. One of the most lovely, cute little dogs I've ever met, but she just truly, again, head empty, no thoughts. If you can see it in her eyes, there are no thoughts happening right now either. She's just pure vibes. Always vibes. She's also one of the itchiest dogs I've ever met. Because if I... Ugh, it's kind of hard to hold up. If I scratch her, she is just like, ooh, I'm so itchy. And will like flick her tongue like a lizard. Not really sure what that's about. Ugh. But yeah, that is a dog. I have found one dog. I have picked up the dog. And I will now release the dog, but this is our first on-stream dog appearance, I think. If I could move my camera better, I think you guys could see. I scratch her, she just like flicks her tongue out. Pew, 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 pew. And I'm not really sure why that is. But yeah, let me let her go wander off to bed again. She's really just wandering the halls right now while everyone is asleep. I'm just kind of like, I'm not tired, but everyone's like in their rooms. So I'll be right back again. All right. I'm back. I can just now hear her, like, tapping her way down the hallway. It's quite silly. He is a bit of a restless little dog. Oh, whoops, I forgot we were not in the free cam. I think we're pretty much... I think we're gonna call it a limit. Let's grab that last block. We got one more to move in. That one there. But I think otherwise we're at a place where we're gonna take a bit of a break. Because it is getting about towards the end of stream here. For me, I normally stream till about 10 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, because I am on the west coast of the United States. And so we're getting close to the end of stream. And usually what that means, actually, is that we play a single game of League of Legends to wrap it up. Uh-oh. Something barkable is happening again. But yeah, we play usually one game of League of Legends, sometimes with our stream friends, if they're around, sometimes not. I'll have to figure out a way to make this thing look a little more intentional or interesting later, but like I'm like staring at this project now and I'm like mildly running out of brain juice. And I know on this side we do have to account for this and we gotta hide it. And I'm like, I gotta think of a slightly creative way to do that in an interesting way. And we really don't have a lot of space above to work with. We have the sewer on this part, but we're almost hitting like the surface levels over here. It's been an interesting project because of how close we are to connecting, or like like how much we're just filling in a gap in here that has something on like every side of it. one of the fun challenges of my base, how compact everything is and how dense I've decided to build it. But I really think that that leads to the charm and makes it quite fun for me. So yeah, but I think this has been good progress. We didn't have this whole room almost at all when we started, so we're getting somewhere. This room has been like a work in progress for a really long time on my stream, or in my base. Actually, it's long predated the amount of time I've been streaming even. I started streaming in October, I want to say, so I'm still a pretty new streamer, but my base overall is probably about a little more than 2 years. I started streaming, I think close to September or October and it was about the 2-year anniversary of me starting Minecraft, and this base has been the only thing I've been working on the entire time that I've been playing Minecraft. This is the first server that I've played on. This is my first base. And it is just a big project that I've worked on for a long time. Labor of love that I will continue to work on probably as long as I play Minecraft. And I'm just excited to keep getting it like cooler and cooler. I'm very happy with what I have so far. But I think we're in for some good stuff. So we are going to go ahead, like I said, and transition over to our exciting game of League of Legends. This became a funny tradition because I wanted to play one time, and then my couple of viewers. Okay, someone's actually getting home right now. That's funny. That's why the dogs are like doing something, being weird, because they are unsupervised. But yeah, so we're gonna switch really quick. I'm gonna edit our stream info and look for switch ourselves to the League of Legends category. We're going to, I always switch this to the desktop when I launch League of Legends because I'm always kind of curious, is it going to launch? League being notoriously a kind of garbage client, doesn't always work right, takes quite a long time to launch. Drake, no. Transitioning MTF. Drake, yes. Transitioning MTL. We are transitioning from Minecraft to League. Hilarious. But let's check really quick. I do not think I have any new loot box things, so we're just gonna jump ourselves basically directly into the queue. And we're going to go to the Mythic shop because I think I heard that there might be something in the Mythic shop I actually want. I think there's a chroma. Oh, there's a chroma for my champion, but I already own it, so cool. Good fun for me. I just already own the thing. Hello, Vex. You have made it in time for the League of Legends. I have rolled Seraphine. I think we're just going to play Seraphine. Oh, maybe we could play Vex. Alright, chat. Should I play Seraphine or should I play Vex? You don't have a lot of time to advise me one way or another, so if you guys hear this and have opinions... Oxa said Seraphine cute. Vin has said, I know nothing, so Vex. We have 50-50. We're gonna... 50-50 we have 50 50 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 50 Oh, that was like a split second. Yeah, our team is all AP, so we're like, it's not going to be great for us. I didn't really see what good AD was even on the board for me to try to pick. So, problem here is we're going to see... So this is a game we probably are going to lose because we've got all magic damage champions. They're going to have an easier time itemizing against us. And that's bad. In general, in the game of League of Legends, you do not want to stack all of your damage in a single type. I think this will make sense to many people who play games in that if you're facing only one damage type, you only have to build one defensive stat. This team will not have to build any armor because we don't do physical damage. Which is indeed bad for us. So we're gonna try to make, but there's always a chance that we just like, they do actually have some decent tanks, but there's a chance that they don't play this well and we win anyway. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm also expecting that Vex. The Gragas can be kind of tanky, and I have concern that we will see some, like, quite obnoxious build from him. I have a suspicion he will be one of the characters that will be a problem for us to kill. As this game goes on, so we'll see. We'll try. As always, we will always do our best, no matter what the situation is. Let me try to read some of these chats. Oh my god, even your talent swap. Yeah, it was literally like, I didn't notice until the game was firing. Once you said that, I looked and I was like, oh, it's literally all of us. Everybody switched. Tragic for us. Do-do-do. But we'll see. You always want your enemy to take the standard deduction against you. Hilarious. We are running a little low on mana. Eggs and baskets and such. Yep, we've gone full eggs in the single basket here. It's not good. Better try to win quickly before they outscale. The problem is that we have a lot of scaling as well. So, like, hard for us to win quickly. Did get the hit on that guy in the back there. This guy's name is Dreamy Sashimi. See, we're doing pretty good still. We're not to the point where the scaling becomes a problem for us, yes. It will become a problem as this game goes on and on. But early on, still fine for us. Don't look at Zilean's name. Don't look at Gragas' name. I haven't managed to read names yet, but I expect I do see the Zilean name now. Oh, I see. This is a matching situation. This is a his and hers situation, Vex. I'm sure you are familiar. With this naming convention. See, we're still at the point where they get mauled by a lot of the damage we're putting in. The most normal League of Legends E-Dater couple? Yeah. Yeah, we're still... Oh, he got that. Oh, we got that. I died, but we got that kill. Okay, so let's look really quick. Yeah, we're starting to see... So, I think the thing we need to do is we actually need to buy that flat out before we detour into any other item. I think we need the Torment right out of the gate. Because we're already seeing some health stacking. And Torment will do better in this situation. We're doing something. We're gonna die to that. Funny red helmet item that I can't remember the name of would probably go hard here. Yeah, I want to say that that's Bloodletters. This item, Arheimer should. Will he? Unclear. We are going to start it. Well, this is going to be this is an ugly game where we're building bizarre items in a weird order, but that's what we got to do to try to make this make any sense. I'm going to build these items that don't necessarily work the best on me, but in our current game state, that's what we gotta do. We gotta build for the team. Because our burn damage will apply the full stacks of our item here. Uh-oh. What a mess of a game we're in here. Uh-oh. That's it for me. We're still working on it. We're not buying boots. We're buying our penetration item first, because this will really help out our team comp. To be fair, I don't think your team necessarily gets upscaled, depending on how badly full AP ends up hurting you. Yeah, we'll see. Redemption first item Shaco would go hard here. It always goes hard. I'll take your word for it. Do not play Shaco in any meaningful way. But we're just trying to apply our burn damages. want to use this passive proc, but it's basically never worth me getting that close to them. If you can see the big circle around me, that is an attack that I can do, but I have to get somebody within that big circle. Oh god. And that's hard sometimes. It's quite hard for me. Cool. We'll let that guy go in quite deep. Oh god, I dodged. It was quite the game. Still don't have boots. Which is a really unhinged build for me. I think we get this here. Maybe we get this Gragas. Oh god, he's gone for me. Okay. Well, that worked out. He got just crowd controlled for days. League of Legends hurt me, so I play Shaco to hurt it back. It's pretty goofy. Oh god, dodge, friends. Run away! The next time I die, I should be in a much better place, because I'll finally get this Bloodletters. Oh god, don't like that. Oh god, that's it for me. Should have ulted immediately right there. That lets me get that. Lets me get this. And now I'll consider an item here. I think I'm gonna build Malignance. I'm already like so deep in. Just need to ult more, I think, in this situation. I don't normally like Malignance, but I think in this game it's probably good. The general reason I don't like Malignance is that I don't think that the damage ever really matters. But, just don't know what else would be good here. Just don't think any of these is good at the moment. Problem is that a little more damage is not... A little more burn damage, that's not going to make the difference. The ulti cooldown might actually make a big difference. And Malignance makes it so that when I ult people, it'll just do a little bit more damage on... I believe all of my teammates will get a little bit more damage when I ult something, which I think is just better here. Again, doing as much damage amplification as we can. Well, that guy made a bad choice. I think maybe he gives us that tower. We'll see. Probably not. I think at this point we just retreat here. We keep poking. Doing good, though. All things considered.
Never heard of it.
Oh, she got that guy.
It's smaller than the diagram.
Just keep getting like little hits on people, and that matters in the long run.
People don't always listen, but that's no reason to be quiet.
I guess I'll use my passive, which is the circle around me, to hit the tower when we're this far forward, because it really works out. I have some of the longest attack range in the game when I get my passive stacks. Lets me hit this tower from a pretty safe distance, which is something most of my team can't do. And so I think I need to be the one leveraging that. To just be hitting this tower as much as I can. Oh, but oh, I don't have mana. Uh-oh. The mana, because I ran out. Now we'll just kind of reset a little bit. We kept them pushed up for quite a while there. I think your passive AA counts as 4 hits, so it'll stack bloodletters. That's good for me. Oh, it's that way. I need to try to clear this wave, because I can't let it get to the tower.
Smaller than the diagram.
We were in a good spot right now, but our Cho'Gath is dying. Oh, I got killed, but hopefully that was enough for that. Now we'll buy this. And I think I want to buy the Lich Bane. I think I want to just do a little bit more damage on my attacks against the tower and stuff. This is such a weird build. This has been, like, deranged garbage build, but it only is one of those things where it's like, I gotta do this because my comp makes no sense. We're trying to, like, contribute to the team. And I think that going for Lich Bane will let me hit the towers, and that's a thing that my team needs. So we're gonna build it. It's getting bad though. The other thing that I would like is some anti-heal. I could use an anti-heal item. That's something, at least. I didn't even catch what slowed me right there. Oh, he got that. Kind of impressed. Didn't matter in the end. The Lucian does a lot of damage. And he is truly like their entire team at the moment. And I didn't even see Brand die. quite early, apparently. I didn't even see it happen, though. Okay, that's good for us there. Where's this other guy? I'm looking for this because this matters if I can catch these two. And I don't want to give the Malzahar access to the minion wave here. But basically I wanted to force a fight there before their teammates can respawn. Just because that gave us like the best opportunity I think I could right there, given what we're working with. Actually got the kill right there.
Thanks for listening.
This is a brutal game for us. Welcome into the nightmare that never ends. That is monotype team comp damage against a team in League of Legends. I think they will retreat now. They're in a bad position. And, yeah, that was a pretty good one, right, Vex? It ended so funny right there. It was like the worst timing for him. Basically, one of his teammates put a thing on him that made it so if he died, he revived. I managed to kill him like the split second that that ability expired. So, it was quite funny. And now we're in it again. I think both teams have like basically reset. Like we're struggling at this point. This is where our damage profile is really coming back to bite us, because we just don't have the damage to kill some of these guys. Don't know what item I could buy that would help this situation. Either need the... We only have one anti-heal. It's gotta be the buy here. Just any more anti-heal we can get Rylai's for easier stun, I would agree, would be good. I really want that, but the fact that we have no anti-heal on Heimer, only on Brand, I think just forces me to buy it this way. Maybe if one of these death... Okay, Heimer's got the Rylai's. I think if maybe on one of these deaths, if, what's it called? Heimer builds anti-heal, then I can maybe pivot to also having the Rylai's. Might sell the Lich Bane. I probably will sell the Lich Bane at this point on my next back. So I think the additional slope from me would be much more helpful. I don't have the penetration to make this item work right now. Problem is that we're reaching a point where like none of my teammates are able to poke at the range that this game is being played at anymore. Yeah, like... my teammates were... We just got outscaled. This was kind of exactly what I thought would happen in this game. Needler ass weapon. Lucian was... well, so... It just was that thing where we couldn't kill Gragas. Like, Gragas kept being able to make all those weird plays and buy all that space for his teammate because no one could kill him. I do enjoy the cannon back to cannon. I got an honor from Blunt Hits. Who was Blunt Hits? Blunt Hits was the Cho'Gath, the one guy I honored as well. Yeah, look at this Gragas build, X. When were we ever going to touch this thing? Spirit Visage, Force of Nature, Abyssal Mask. This guy's never dying. And then over here on the Alawi, we have a Visage, a Maw. She's building, I assume she's building Kaenic Rookern. We're not going to kill this either. The Lucian has Kaenic Rookern. So on top of all of his items, he's got the big magic resistance item as well. So it's just like, this mono damage comp just does not work. This Heimer has never managed to take off. I'm actually kind of impressed by how little damage he did. That's actually crazy low. I got the second most damage on my team. Yeah, Brand and Heimer have no penetration. It was just me and my dumb bloodletters trying to compensate penetration onto my team here because it was just like, this was a messy game. Considering that we had all magic damage, you would think that people would want to build or rush magic penetration. So... those are the kind of games where, again, you ideally don't want to build mono damage comps because Then you make it so the enemy team they just have to apply magic resistance in this case, and we struggled to overcome that. And so you want to have team comps that have ideally like 1 to 2 tanks, then 3 damage dealers, 2 of one type, 1 of the other type, or you do a single tank with 2 and 2, but you want to split your damage so that the enemy team can't itemize against you. That way that even if somebody is doing well on your team, so say your team is doing well with the Lucian, the way that they were, then the enemy team builds armor because your one teammate is doing really well, and so then your team is just going to start to do better, because if they start to only build armor but you have 2 magic damage dealers, suddenly they're not building resistance to those two. Those two may not be having as good of a game, but they're going to suddenly do more damage in the sense that the enemy team is not stopping their damage. And so just stuff like that. It's really good for like tactical reasons to do a thing a certain way. And so because all of my teammates switched to magic damage champions right at the end, at least maybe not right at the end, we just couldn't balance our comp. I didn't notice that was happening, not until Vex said something when we were in the game, and I was like, oh yeah, we're bad. This isn't gonna go well for us. And so that's kind of just how I expect that game to go. It's really hard. Sometimes you do win so hard in the early game that like your monotype damage doesn't matter, because it only matters once builds start to get like fully completed. Vex would not have been a better choice for this team. Vex I actually think would have been a worse pick for this team, because again, as our friend in chat Vex has made a joke, surely flat penetration would be great. And so Vex, the in-game champion, is a penetration-heavy mage assassin who wants to just nuke squishy targets. But in this situation where there are no squishy targets, and she's really skill shot reliant, she has to hit, a lot of times she has to hit things that are in front, which doesn't work out in this situation where they have a couple tanky things protecting one important squishy thing. And so I would have had to have noticed, then I would have had to like looked at my champions and decided like, okay, here's a physical damage champion I can switch to. I didn't actually see what our other options were. I was so busy deciding. Yeah, and it's like I could see a world where having the extra good Lucian killer would have been good, but considering that I believe Vex that he was running cleanse. He was cleansing stuff really early, and I think that he was running the summoner spell. Or he built, because I don't think he built scimitar, right? Let's go look. No, he was just running cleanse. So he had a good way to get out of most of our crowd control. Yeah, and then he did build the scimitar. But he was doing it so early that I was like, okay. Yeah, and he had the Zillion. So I think that there was just not a lot of great opportunity for us to kill that guy. If we could have had like a champion like Ashe, anything that was a physical damage champion to like just shred this Gragas on the front line and make it so that they can't drag out these fights, that would have been really good for us. This is probably a game where if I had Bel'Veth, could have been pretty good. The Talon would have been good. I don't play Talon, so that would have had to be on somebody on my team to play Talon. I've never liked that champion. So, womp womp. One of those games where I don't think I could have fixed the composition with what I saw. And yeah, and just so Lucian can't justify all that MR. Yep. Would have been good for us. We're going to go ahead and pop ourselves back over to the Minecraft scene, our Minecraft, switch our category. We're going to call it a day, though. We are going to look for a raid of some kind, since we have so many friends with us here today. Get my info back to Minecraft. Let's check. Do we have any friends that are online right now? Or does anyone have any good raid suggestions? I am taking suggestions as we speak because we have we could use a good recommendation. I don't really have anyone that is online at the moment. Most of my friends are here. So other than that, we might just look at the random, the raid channel, kind of look and see who is anybody online. When I end up in this situation where I'm browsing the who is online, I'm generally looking for other small streamers, I'm often looking at the people with the other people with the LGBTQ tags or trans tags. Help out some of our just other trans and LGBTQ people by passing viewers on to them. But we gotta make Casual Carrot MC is online, but he might be ending soon. I mean, we can go check. Let's see. Casual Carrot MC. I am vaguely familiar with Casual Carrot MC. I know people know him somewhere. Don't know. I think I've seen him around in Acorns. The name does sound familiar, Vin. I think I've been to his channel. Old Twitch friend of Griffin's. I think Acorn is rated here. I don't know. We're gonna go here though. We'll go say hello to a friend of Griffin's. I think if he's a friend of Griffin's, and perhaps many of our collection of friends will know. But yeah, so let's go over here today. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for spending your time with me. I had a great time. I will be back on Wednesday. Hopefully. Actually, I gotta like double check like what day is New Year's. I forget. I want to say I actually don't remember right off the top of my head. And I'm tired. I will look after. I might be back on Wednesday. I might not. Depends on exactly when holidays are, what plans I end up. New Year's is Thursday. New Year's Eve is Thursday, or New Year's Day is Thursday? New Year's Eve is Wednesday. Okay, so I might not be back. I might find New Year's Eve plans. So we might be just back on Friday. We'll definitely be here, I think, on Friday, no matter what. We'll figure out if I will be here on Wednesday. But otherwise, let's go say hello to Casual Carrot MC. And I hope everyone has a great rest of your evening, or whatever time it is, wherever. I know that, from what I could tell, the Halcyon gang was very all over the time zones. So, hope to see you all again some other time. We'll be back Friday. Have a great night. And have a happy new year to everyone. Hope the holidays are great for you. If they're not, I hope that you at least have a good time. So I'll talk to you all later. Goodbye. Okay, I have returned briefly. It will not let me raid casual Carrot MC, as we cannot raid at this time. So we might have to find somewhere else to go. I'm gonna try one more, but if it doesn't work, I don't know if his raid's off. I'm not sure. I don't know when it's Twitch being malfunction and when it's someone has raids off. Yeah, so let's go back to the raid channel and we will look again to go find somewhere to land. Always goofy when that happens. So I know you can turn off raids, if I recall correctly. Alright, so we're gonna, like, YOLO somebody here. We're gonna go, I believe we'll probably pick this person, a Minecrafter. So let's try it out here. Let's see if this one will work. I'm not really gonna say much of a goodbye, but we're gonna try this raid. We'll see if it wants to work. Looks like we're working this time. So thanks everybody. We'll go say hi to somebody new today and hope we all have a great rest of the evening. So talk to you again on what's it called? I will talk to you again on Friday. Have a great night, everyone.